Get on with it. Yes, get on with it!
Oh, I am enjoying this scene.
Get on with it!
I'm not high on ants!
So much for being subtle. A locked door barred my way. I needed a key.
Hello, computer.
Can I have some shoes?
Ugh, I'm not that hungry.
Oh, killed by spikes. I hate spikes. No, fucking lasers!
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Do 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 do. I can hear myself. Why can I hear myself? Blip, 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 blip. Audio is doing something funny. I don't know why. Maybe it's just echoey in here. I am aware I'm unmuted, by the way. Yeah, I might just try turning it on and turning it off again. That's not right. It doesn't recognize my camera again. Great. Well, at least the flappy head man works. One sec. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely hearing a little tiny bit of my microphone through my headset, but it's not the mic monitor, so I don't know what it is. Printer? This piece of shit. The world's stupidest ink cartridges. Oh, you've got me on a rant now. Oh, hey, let's make ink cartridges and put a tiny little window in them so that you can see if the ink level is low, but we'll put the window right at the top of the cartridge, so if it's been used once, it registers as an empty cartridge. Let's just cover that little window up with a little piece of black tape so that it thinks it's always full, because fuck printer people. Bastards. Sorry. Oh, hey, Unix. Oh, I was going to say, it's so much, it's nice and quiet in here, because I rebuilt my server, and it's now, instead of it being 13-year-old parts, it's now 8-year-old parts, and it's lovely and quiet, and doesn't crash anymore. Plex doesn't spaz out anymore, and it streams media properly, and it actually works as a server. But they've started building houses opposite my house, so all I can hear is them drilling into core rubble and generator noises. So, yay. I just print my stuff at library. All right. How's it going? Wow, this feels like it's been ages since we've done this, haven't we? What's up? What's happened with you lot in the 3 weeks I've been away? I'm assuming Unix is now president of Australia, and that it. I'll shut up. Capture window. That's not right. Why does it say no signal? What even is no signal? I don't even know what the output that is. My capture upscaler had crashed. That's new. That's not right. That doesn't work. Yeah. Right. Video games. There we go. I'm not breaking things. I've just been away for 3 weeks and things break on their own.
Welcome to Westwood.
There are 4 people playing Nox.
Thanks for visiting.
What are we playing today? Well, we didn't finish Deus Ex, did we? 2. So I guess we're playing Deus Ex 2. Bet him yes. Those are great odds. Does anybody remember where we were? We met JC. Guys, dicks. Right. Arcology Air Terminal. That's right. We were going to go rescue some hostages from a hangar, I think, at the Arcology. I think they're being held hostage by whatever that terror group is. The Templars, the Order or something. Hello? I'm in a lift. Can't see shit. The monitor's got to warm up. A wee bit better. One of those ones that you can drag around the screen and it like repeats itself everywhere.
Young enemy, thy name is Pliable. How quickly you kindle a faith in a brother you never knew.
Maybe I plan to kill him like the Illuminati want me to.
Then your ear bends to the worldly wiseman, to continue the archaic analogy. The smallest breeze carries you off nature's straight and narrow path, which is ever eroded by the human lust for transcendence.
I love it when you talk dirty.
Children Dumiel lusts for worldly power. J.C. Denton, what's left of him, lusts for worldly bliss. And to both of them you are nothing but a finely wrought tool.
I suppose you're entitled to your opinion.
Why so hostile? I'm not evil.
I'm not evil, says the evil man.
Confined you up until now. Just allow my scientist, Dr. Todd, to scan your cell nuclei and leave Paul alone.
You're asking me to join the Templars?
You already joined at the kiosk on level 107, remember?
Oh, do we infiltrate them and just not do anything they ask? Or do we tell them it was a joke? I'm thinking the latter. But also I don't know how smart the pathing, like the quest pathing in this game is. Is it going to lock me out of the good ending if I go, make me a knight? Is it going to suddenly change my personality? Am I going to become evil? Stop talking about how my stream will break and help me. I'm just gonna go a second.
Summons. Please make me a knight.
Excellent. By the sword and the trowel and the honor of the Magister Templi, I pronounce you a knight of the Rosy Cross.
Amen.
Now prove your sincerity.
She's gone full evil.
Give my scientists what they need.
That sure was a quick ceremony.
We don't have time for niceties. Dr. Todd is waiting for you in the flight bay. Do as he asks. As long as you cooperate, my paladins will hold their fire. I will have additional instructions for you when you reach Liberty Island.
Okay. We're going to go down there, steal everything that's not nailed down, trank.
Preparing to meet you in flight bay 23, but the pilot beacon seems to be offline.
Okay.
I'll need to activate it before I can land.
No, I meant my character. Like, I suppose she's like pamming it up a little bit, isn't she?
Time to get to the bottom of this.
Who are you?
Hear me if you're there. Leave now.
These are Templar guys. Oh wow, there's a lot of Templar guys.
Paying us a visit?
Whoever was making that noise seems to have slipped away. By the Grail!
That's a bit literal, isn't it?
What
By
do
the
you
Grail.
think this is now?
What do you think this is now?
Could be a bogey.
Oh wait, what? Sweet. Loads of cool stuff upstairs. Let's go upstairs.
Could be a drill.
Yes. This.
Excuse me, I'm trying to drink water to restore my health. Get out of my way.
Who's there?
I think we should just rush them, but the captain won't give the order.
We're trapped. I can't believe SSC Command let us get into this mess.
Dr. Nassif, how are you doing in the middle of all this?
I'm doing okay for now. The Templars are right at our door, but at least they're giving us a breather. I just hope the rescue flight gets here before the next volley starts.
It is almost too much to comprehend right now, especially considering how fast the Templars seize control of this city.
They've got to be stopped. Their main objective was to capture Paul Denton from a possible lab here in the arcology, which they succeeded in doing. We have intel that he's being held in Flight Bay 24.
What do you think they're planning?
They will eventually murder him. You can't let all our hard work be destroyed by these lunatics. On some instinctual level, you feel a basic kinship. You know there's bond. Please, Alex, save Paul.
Oh, is that a biomod canister? Thanks.
Don't need any more bloody canisters. I have 11 black market canisters and 7 normal ones. I suppose I could respec to anything at this point. So that's fun.
Repairing damage. Functionality restored.
Right, this is number 23. I think that's my ride.
I hate this lipstick.
Oh, hey.
Wait a minute, you aren't my pilot.
Do I look like her?
I have 5 pilots, and you aren't any of them. This is just perfect.
Had any trouble with the Templars?
Trouble? Trouble? Not at all, unless you count canceling a major concert, getting trapped in a war zone, and practically starving to death without even a number to call for room service.
Maybe I can help get you out of here.
Oh, sure. I'll wait for my own people, thanks. I don't want to get myself shot.
Oh no, never meet your heroes. They're nothing like the AI spy bot version of themselves. Detective Dirk Murchison. I knew she was trouble the moment she walked into my office. She was the kind of woman who never went to Lower Seattle without a pair of sentinels on her leash. Yet here she was on my doormat, rain-soaked, alone, and vulnerable. Why was I so afraid? Is this some bad fiction? Yep. Is this her stuff? Wow, a whole bunch of items that they only made like one lot of. I don't need that.
Hey, back off. I don't know you, so leave me alone.
There is another. There is another.
At least I get to wear a cool uniform.
They expect you to use force in a situation like this.
Go.
Oh. You really think grenades is...
SSC needs business.
I didn't... What is going on? Fucking hell. I guess that's her stuff? I guess we rescue her and then steal her stuff. She probably doesn't care about it once she's gone. Alright, let's go talk to this guy again.
Young enemy, thy name is...
I didn't know it was her stuff.
How quickly you kindle a faith in...
Maybe I plan to...
Then your ear bends.
I love it when...
Chairman Dumiel.
I suppose you're entitled...
Why so hostile? I'm not...
You're asking me to join...
You already joined.
That was a practical...
You were sincere.
Sorry.
You felt a spark of curiosity.
I talked to a dweeb in pajamas and laughed my ass off as I walked...
You were an arrogant fool.
I just wanted to hear the other dialogue.
Dr. Todd is waiting for you in the flight bay. Give him what he needs, or my paladins, who have been instructed to hold their fire, will instead execute you. I will have additional instructions for you when you reach Liberty Island.
Okay. Literally the same outcome, but with funnier dialogue. So we go with the funnier dialogue, I think.
Flight Bay 23, but the pilot beacon seems to be offline. You will need to activate it before I can land.
So these guys have been instructed not to shoot me. Doesn't mean I can't shoot them, though. Oh, right, yeah, he's in a thingy suit. So we have to use the mag rail for him.
You do see the suit, right?
I can't see anything. Why is the game so dark? I didn't look at that. I haven't played video games in 3 weeks. Let me remember how it's done. Ah.
Young enemy.
Maybe I plan to...
Then your ear bends.
I love it when...
Chairman Dumiel.
I suppose you...
Why so hostile?
You're asking me...
You already joined.
That was a
You were...
Sorry.
You felt...
I talked to a...
You were an arrogant fool.
I'm preparing to meet you in Flight Bay 23, but the pilot beacon seems to be offline. You will need to activate it before I can land.
I'm warning you.
Oh god, what save? F10.
Don't play games with the Knights Templar.
Wait, what? What is this? This is C shooting at me. I mean, this works for me. That's not got any more ammo than that? Okay. Rocket launcher. What about Mr. Sleepy over here? Got any ammo? A rocket launcher. And a shotgun. There we go. Almost full. Not very non-lethal. They're all asleep. All the people that can be asleep are asleep. Oh, no, he's not. He's dead. But I didn't kill him. He was killed by SSC. Templar Paladin's dead. SSC unconscious. 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 Look, all the good guys are unconscious. It's all good. That's an idea. there's some spider bombs.
I have some unfinished business to take care of.
No problem. I'll keep a safe distance for now. When you want to leave, contact me with this beacon. You found the pilot beacon. Activate it, and I'll be able to land.
Where do they spawn? Nobody knows. That's Dr. Nassif. We'll go talk to her.
Always sticking me on the line.
Hello. What's the situation here, Captain?
The Templars have the arcology locked down, and have removed the pilot beacon so we can't even call for an airlift out of here.
Did they destroy it or just move it?
We expect that they just relocated it, since the beacon has to be within a certain range of the hangar bay to be useful. But we can't get out to search for it, let alone activate it. We suspect it may be up in the control room, since that area is so heavily guarded. If you can find it and turn it on, the SSC would know to send in a rescue chopper.
I was just up there, damn it.
Repairing damage. Functionality restored.
Dr. Nassif, how are you doing in the...
I'm doing okay for now.
It is almost too much.
They've got to be stopped.
What do you think that...
They will eventually murder him.
Oh, is that a...
Wait a minute. You aren't my pilot.
Do I look...
I have 5...
Had any trouble?
Trouble? Trouble?
Maybe I can...
Oh, sure.
Hey.
Hello.
You've got to rescue Paul and fulfill your destiny.
Oh man, it's so heavily guarded down here.
I just need one little drop of blood from the tip of your finger.
What's the sample for?
A good cause. Let me...
Go to hell.
Then we will take your blood by... Oh, was that poison? I won't... Time to ride up a...
Make it quick. Where are you?
I'll find a small price for the sake of pure.
Oh, hey.
Can we stop? I need a wee-wee.
Yeah? Off you go. And they didn't want to rework this level, so they just blocked this door off with a ginormous box.
I will keep this area secure.
They could have just locked it. Weird. Oh, hey, there's Oh, sorry. Are you supposed to be awake?
Welcome back. I just revived your brother JC in Antarctica. Tracer Tong is coordinating with him from Germany.
You look like one of the test subjects.
Alex Denton. JC said I was one of the MJ-12 experiments.
Of course, Alex. Sorry, they say the brain freeze snaps off a few dendrites. So it's time. Your biomod architecture, it's universal? That's what reversed my coma?
Yes. JC wants you to meet him at Liberty Island. It won't be easy leaving New Cairo, though. The Templars have seized the arcology.
Don't worry about me. I didn't just come back from the dead to get killed hours before the big event. Join us at the statue. As MJ-12 used us, we've used you. But the commodification of ability is about to end.
No idea.
We'll join me on Liberty Island. I've constructed a machine that will populate the atmosphere with the particles that make up our biomod architecture. I may need your help against a force of Templars that has intervened. More when you arrive. Contact your pilot with the Flight Bay 23 beacon. Don't worry about Paul. I will arrange for his extraction.
Fine, go your own way. I don't think I'm going to ignore a threat to the world I brought back from ashes 20 years ago. Brother JC Denton, remember. Our commandos will be waiting for you on Liberty Island, and so will I.
Okay, how are you going to get out of this thing? You just use your cool mods to just punch your way out. There you go.
You must have no idea who you're messing with.
Oh, cup of tea, thanks.
Engaging in combat.
Ow. Not these guys.
That was adequate. Try harder than that.
Oh shit.
Got my attention now. I'm going to remember this.
I've lost that filthy abomination.
Neurotoxin. Neurotoxin. Neurotoxin.
I've lost the target. Neurotoxin.
Game silly. Hello. Well, I totally see right through that orange name. How's it going? Fly! I don't want the end. That's what I wanted. Better use my healing eyes. You still good, Paul? Yeah. I mean, I'm like, am I supposed to break this or something to let him out? Just yeah, like he's just in a box. Right.
Will regret this.
And then they dissolve.
Sound registered.
Let's see if stop walking around. Wait, what? Okay, I guess we just gotta go up there. Through here.
Disruption. I should take a closer look. Engaging in combat. You have got my attention now.
Poor guy.
JC Denton is ready for your help. Without you, the procedure cannot work.
What procedure?
He needs to upgrade the Helios core by merging it with your systems. With access to a living host, Helios will be able to regulate the planet-wide distribution of the biomod architecture.
So I'm going to be merged with Helios just like JC is?
Every person on Earth will be merged to one degree or another.
Just a minute.
We don't have time for many more delays. We should meet.
Just a minute.
We don't have time for...
I thought I was supposed to do something for these guys.
Hey, back off. I don't know you, so leave me alone.
Am I like locked into this now? Don't really get it. Yeah, I have one secondary goal. It's a bugged goal. Okay, I guess we're just leaving.
Initiating repairs.
Right.
Repairs complete. Greetings. Repairing damage. Finished.
Don't really get it. What did I do that locked me out of this? Oh, it was probably having the AI as my pilot. Okay, guess we're going. Ain't Andrew? Okay.
Let's go.
You have proven to be a great ally, Alex.
Yeah, this game was weird, wasn't it? They just did that thing where they tried to make all of the endings canon.
Alex, Paul is already joined me inside the statue. Before my machine will work, however, we need the provider's protocol specification from a computer on the lower level of the ATCO. Yes, the machine taps into MJ12's old network, but this time the network will be a tool for everyone. Alex, I'm on the North Dock. Come see me.
Oh, hey, it's the Greys.
In Antarctica, you helped us. JC tells us you are his ally as well. We welcome you. This is danger. With someone like you raiding JC, we are hopeful.
Oh, there's quite a few of them. You alright? Oh no! Well, I'm not letting the Grey die. That's not acceptable.
In Antarctica, you helped our kind. JC tells us you are his ally as well. We welcome you. With someone like you raiding JC, we are hopeful. Like this.
I'm not even trying.
Yeah. Nice one. Hey, where's he gone? Oh, there he goes. Oh my god, no ammo. Running, running, running. Right, where the bloody hell's the North Dock? Like over there, isn't it? Fuck's sake.
Visual enough, I should take a closer look. You. This is too easy. This one.
Okay. Doesn't seem to mind being punched with a baton. Good job, quick saved.
You will regret it.
Oh my god, what did he have? Some kind of electric zappy thing. I need his ammo. Buckets and buckets of ammo. Okay, ammo. Ammo is good.
Alex, I'm here. I took cover in the comm van by the UNATCO rooms. Let's talk. Time to decide who we're gonna bring down first. I'm freezing my ass off out here. The Omar shut down my Enviro suit remotely. What are we gonna do?
They're searching for data that will let them restore the pre-collapse communications grid.
Which they will appropriate for themselves, whoever finds it first.
That's the impression I get.
It doesn't take a genius to see that they all want one thing, to force their system or whatever on the rest of us. The world is doing just fine without a supreme leader.
We can't just walk away from this.
We can after we eliminate the leadership of these factions and destroy whatever it is J.C. Denton is building inside the statue.
You mean kill everybody on the island?
The leaders. The ones dragging the rest of the planet into this mess. J.C. Denton's utopia machine, whatever it is. I'm ready to back you up. Just give me an assignment.
But that's not the Leon way. He's turned on the Omar because he didn't realize that they were trying to like change him. I agree with him, but also I don't want to kill the Dentons. What I want to do is I want to free the Dentons from Helios, so that they can think like individuals instead of some part of a ethical super machine.
Hang tight for now.
Whatever you say.
And give me all your ammo.
Cairo, by the way. The biomod canister on the crate over there. It was a payment from the Omar. Personally, I'm done with biomodification. What's the problem? You scared?
I don't need you, Alex. I can restore Aquinas myself. I just sent my commandos into you, naturally, to make sure you don't transfer multiple data to the wrong place. Auxiliary circuits engaged.
Let's go to the dock first. Man, the world's changed a lot. This isn't the North Dock. This is the West Dock. This is where we enter the game. In Deus Ex 1. Doesn't mean there's a secret vending machine over here somewhere. Yeah. Ooh, you're not supposed to go back there. Whoopsie. Leon didn't, but he's an idiot, so. Just a little bit of unfinished map. I don't think they were expecting anybody to search quite that hard. This whole area seems a little... what's the word? Oh, what?
Alex, I'm here. I took cover in the comm van by the UNATCO rooms. Let's talk. Time to decide. I'm freezing my ass off.
They're searching.
Which they...
That's just we can hang tight for now.
Brought you something from Cairo, by the way. Biomod canister on the crate over there.
Hang tight for...
What's the problem? You scared? What's the problem? You scared? What's the problem? You scared? Just tell me who...
Oh my god, just let me pick up the damn battery.
What's the problem? You scared?
I don't need you, Alex. I can restore Aquinas myself. I just sent my commandos into UNATCO to make sure you don't transmit the protocol data to the wrong place.
Wait. Who the fuck is that?
Shut up.
Hmm.
Thieves and scabs.
Hey, somebody lost?
What can you tell me about this place?
What's to tell? It's where I live. 15 years now. I was the first one to show up. Guess it was abandoned during the collapse. I don't know what's going on out there, but this is my home, and I'm equipped for a fight if it comes to that.
Yeah? What kind of equipment do you have?
Guess some things I started from a couple of thugs a while back. You at the raiding party or
Death
something?
Blow 1971. Thank you for the raid.
So far. I'm selling
How's it
some of the
going?
stuff if you're interested. Want to do business?
Did you have a good stream? Look at this guy selling stuff.
Give me the ammo clips.
What a happy ending. Must have thought twice when he saw us.
Well, hi, Raiders.
Be assured, I will find you. This doesn't seem right.
Oh, and the Mad Max games looks pretty good. There's the open world one where ammo is really scarce. You gotta like try and get all your car bits back. Cool game.
I'm Ghost. Gotta look after my own, know what I mean?
Do the bidding of J.C. Tatum, but is your heart in it? Or are you tempted to share the Aquinas specification with us? We offer you your humanity, whereas he can give you nothing but a machine simulation of humanity.
Nice. I need to see that movie still. Not much chance to go to the cinema these days. The 1-year-old. In tow.
Is this an act, or are you just out of your head?
Hey, buddy. Bye, buddy. Ow. Ow. Crap. Yeah. Nice. Well, thank you for the raid again. I understand if you have to raid and run, if you've got to go get on. I appreciate it, though. Thanks. Yeah, for those of you just joining us, this is Deus Ex 2 Invisible War. Deus Ex Invisible War, I think it was called. But it's the second one. And this is relatively near the end, I think. I'm not sure. This game keeps on pulling one over on us.
What can you tell me?
What's to tell?
Yeah?
Just want to do business?
Give me the ammo. What can you tell?
What?
Yeah.
Just want to do.
I'll take the.
Hey, yo, I know you're here.
Mm-hmm.
Where are you? Let me see your face.
Do the bidding of J.C. Tatum, but is your heart in it? Or are you tempted to share the Aquinas specification with us? We offer you your humanity, whereas he can give you nothing but a machine simulation of humanity.
Now you'll see death. You will be destroyed. You do see the suit with mine.
Sorry.
Make way.
Blew him there, self the hell up.
It's not too late to avoid another collapse. Transmit the Aquinas specification to the WTO orbiting science platform Ophelia.
These machines were built before you were born. Would you like some help figuring them out?
I can manage.
I remember a time when they were operational. They were the backbone of pre-collapse society.
And they called it Aquinas. That's about all I need to know.
No one knew that name. By the 2050s, communications protocols had become successively more comprehensive and classified, until there was only one protocol, synonymous with all economic activity, yet managed by a very small group of people.
Didn't you get the message when I rescued Paul? If I bring the system up, it won't be for the Templars.
I am the only world leader who would use this network against machine evolution. Please, nothing but obsolescence awaits humanity if we go back to microsecond economics. Revive Aquinas and assign hub privileges to our computing center in Munich.
I'll think about it.
Do this for the Templars, then help us reconfigure JC's contraption to disperse a nanite capsid predator, and we will end the plague of biomodification once and for all.
It's not too late to avoid another collapse. Transmit the Aquinas specification to the WTO orbiting science platform Ophelia. Most of humanity wants to rebuild, Alex. Ignore them, and what are you fighting for? Not freedom, not democracy. Then what?
Is that really the only 3 options to pick for the ending of this game? I pick people who are in charge of the world and want more power. I pick people who aren't in charge of the world but want to have all the power and also don't like everybody else. Or I give it to the hero of the first game who's been smushed together with a super AI and his brother and a bunch of poor tortured grey aliens. Okay. The greys is what swings it for me, I guess.
Biomodifications in order to structure Helios properly. To be the center of a civilization, an electronic mind must mirror the intelligences of the citizens. We will be the models.
Yeah. Crap.
I'm going to remember this.
No, you're not. You're going to get vaporized by your masters for failing.
A body. I've got my attention now.
What? Why are you so good at aiming when everyone else sucks so bad? Oh, how far back are we? No. This is starting to feel a little bit like a grind. Good, bad, or contrarian. I know, right? Yeah, it's not so bad. Skull gun. Is there a skull gun down here? Where's Gunther's room? Oh wait, isn't this where the prison is? Nah, you didn't see shit. Ah, crap.
A small price for the sake of purity.
Yeah, I know. Oh, there goes my camera. Grab that. Whoops.
It's not too late to avoid another collapse. Transmit the Aquinas specification to the WTO orbiting science platform Ophelia. Most of humanity wants to be bailed, Alex. Ignore them, and what are you fighting for? Not freedom, not democracy. Then what?
You're clear. Now come to the statue. I need a direct interface with your biomodifications in order to structure Helios properly. To be the center of a civilization, an electronic mind must mirror the intelligences of the citizens. We will be the models.
I managed to skip that dialogue, that's nice. Yep, got to turn around. Oh, they can't do stairs though.
Trespasser is now gone. Engaging in combat. You will
Make way.
Still got some fight in me.
Thanks. No. Nothing cool in here. Hmm.
Waiting for my chance. You better not have shoved me on purpose.
We tried everything, but it just keeps going over that same bit of carpet. Look like an enclave type.
Time to cool it, know what I'm saying?
Watch where you're going.
Wow, 20 years and no one's touched them.
There's just something wrong with that whole damn machine.
For your information, I actually like lemon lime.
Oh yeah? Then why don't you drink one?
I'm not afraid to.
Then do it.
I'm not thirsty right now.
Denying people their natural born rights to choose their own artificially flavored destinies? Like I said, there's just something wrong with that machine.
Maybe that's why they all left. The soda selection. Something just wasn't right about the people who worked here. Probably some sort of office politics. Someone trying to get back at somebody else. Maybe it was an...
Was it a food additive test?
Hmm. No dialogue. Okay. Guess we're done here.
Shut up.
What can you tell me of what? Maybe another time.
Working for the true masters. Visual anomalous. That was adequate. You'll have to try harder.
Irredeemable. You're absolutely irredeemable. Prepare yourself for the grave.
Hello? No, this will be it. I've been waiting for this.
Go on, Leon. Fuck him up.
Wait too long.
No? There we go. He blew himself up. Don't feel bad about that at all. Would have liked some ammo though. Oh no! Leo's dead. Hmm. I didn't kill Leo. Templars killed Leo. It's not my fault he just stood there and got shot. No! Uh...
How fragile a life. This is far from over. Oh. Oh.
What's the problem? You scared? I'm tired of standing.
Hang tight.
What's the problem? You scared? What's the problem? You scared?
Really? No ammo. It's fine, he's alive now. Oh man, I missed that. Did I leave Jace? Did I leave Paul locked in a thing? Did I fuck that up? Like he said not to worry, don't worry about me. It's fine, okay. Because that would suck. Apparently he's friendly. One second, guys. Hello. I'm back. Ah. There was coffee and marmalade on toast. Nice. I've got a cup of tea. Yeah. Just horrible boomers upsetting my wife. The usual. Yeah, look at his neck. Yeah, how did you know?
New file opened. Your actions will be recorded.
Dave scenes, oh my god, I'm sorry. You haven't missed much. A guy was exploded and his neck went really long. It was glorious. That's about it. So sorry about that. You know when your mind is somewhere else.
Processing.
I need more multi-tools.
Why aren't you at the statue with JC?
I can't leave these bots unattended, or they might fall into the hands of one of our enemies.
Are their legs frozen or something?
The bots are fine. It's cracked processors in the housing units that have prevented me from bringing them online. JC warned me that the eutactic nature of the statue reconstruction would require him to drop the temperature. But this is quite extraordinary.
How's he able to control the weather?
You can do it with a nanite swell. The particles absorb kinetic energy, which is then emitted as light. By the time I arrived, though, the glow had subsided, so our choppers had no warning and crossed into the zone too quickly.
Can the housing units be repaired?
Yes, it's a simple repair. I just seem to have left Trio without any multi-tools. At least we're making progress.
At least I'm making progress. So I need to find another multi-tool. Whee! Now where am I going to find multi-tools? Be some mounts. eBay. Well, where the bloody hell am I supposed to find multi-tools? Ooh, is the Steam sale on now? Is it the summer? Surely the summer Steam sale is finished. This is just like an extra bonus Bethesda id Software Machine Games sale. Celebrate the Dooming, the Doom remaster. Also, QuakeCon. It's QuakeCon. So I installed the Doom 1.2 remastery thingy and just looked at the raw files. All of the WODs are just loose in there. The updated WODs, they're just loose WODs, and they still conform to the same, like, Slade opening WOD, where's all the data, like, compression. It's great. So, in theory, you could probably play the new episode in, like, GZ Doom or whatever. I love a loose WOD. Me too. Loads of data.
With someone like you raiding JC, we are hopeful.
Hey guys. Any But I need multi-tools. Give me multi-tools. I need them now. Oh, man.
You have the Aquinas Protocol, and here I am. Your enemies are defeated.
I have no enemies, merely topographies of ignorance. The people drift aimlessly, collecting into clans, wherever they find a glimmer of knowledge.
You don't sound worried.
Helios has regained its hub privileges. Step into the infusion.
Don't trust him without his sunglasses.
Your body will be replicated in the air and ultimately in the bloodstreams of every last human being.
Yeah. But first...
Welcome. It's hard to believe that our hard work is nearly done.
Are you sure we can trust JC, even after the merger in Antarctica? Have you looked around? All he's done, I have to wonder about his sanity.
This is what we've been working toward ever since I uncovered the truth about UNATCO and MJ-12, even if I didn't realize it at the time. I trust his vision.
He intends to give every human being a nanite infusion. That doesn't seem drastic to you?
His vision isn't easy to comprehend because he's operating on a higher level now. We just have to trust his wisdom.
Yeah, right?
Soon we'll all share in it.
I don't know. I feel like just turning off Helios as an option, just to like have a think about it, and you know, having the option to turn it back on if he still feels like he wants to. Like, just seems a bit odd to go straight into full blown. I need multi-tools. If I were a multi-tool, where would I be? In here? Yeah, like, everyone's very, like, absolute with all of their opinions and their plans. Like, just, you know, like, have you had to think about it? Have you slept on it, JC? Because I have a feeling as a cyber person with an AI going on in your brain, you don't sleep at all, and that's probably a bad thing.
What's the problem? I'm tired of standing around. Let's do this.
Hang tight for now.
Whatever you say. What's the problem? You scared?
We just need to find 2 multi-tools. If I forget why I'm running around, remind me it's multi-tools. Right, yeah, steps. No. Hey, Tino.
Thieves and scabs.
Looking for the plot. I've lost the plot.
Shut up.
What can you tell me about this? What? Yeah?
Just some things I want.
Maybe another
Sure.
Cages for mutated animals, a lot of vile
Real smooth, scab.
Make way.
Ah. There we go. And hopefully we'll find some more somewhere else. Right. The question is, where do we think .000 is on this map? Probably like directly above the Statue of Liberty or something. Like, where would logically? Oh, that's this map though. This is a separate map down here. Where would they have started with? The singularity. Keep your eyes peeled for a big old load of floating multi-tools. I suppose it'll just look like a single multi-tool until it gets bumped. Yeah, sure.
What can you tell me of
What?
yeah,
Just one.
maybe enough.
Oh, hey, I found him.
Just scurry on by, I'm busy.
I just made you guys rich. What are you talking about?
Waiting for my chance. You better not have shoved me on purpose.
There you go, lads. Enjoying being rich.
You don't impress me.
You don't impress me much. Oh, you got the augments, but you got the touch. So you can jump 30 feet into the air. That don't impress me much. Dip 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 dip. uh. T-gone. Wait, no, this is right.
Scanning.
Good work. Now I will take action.
What are you going to do?
You've seen more of the island than I have. Where do you think the bots will do the most good?
The safest option would be to consolidate JC's defenses around the statue.
Good advice. The important thing is to protect the interface to Helios and the Aquinas network.
Exactly.
Then it will be time for you to do your part, Alex. Everything depends on you.
Okay. I'm going to do a hard save, and we will explore some endings, because I have a feeling it's just a make a final choice ending type thing. Am I correct in that assumption? I think I am. Boing. 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 Out of bounds, you say? Pile of boxes, you say? Pointless area with nothing in it, you say? Okay. Except there's one little panel of ground that's got emitting light for some reason. No. Ooh, new area. Ugh.
Oh, I think it's poison.
I think it's poison. But it will take more than that.
I think it's...
They're friendly firing each other now.
Detect a significant anomaly. Initiating repairs. Finished.
I probably could have like spoke to that woman if she hadn't been blown up by her friendly, but well, not my fault. Oh, it's Declare. She's dead. I didn't want to kill Declare. Or Chad. Oh, I might have to redo this area. I mean, it's kind of their fault for putting like acid gas detonation things in their henchmen, but you know, whatevs. In the bottle, eh? This is it. They were just sitting around drinking Plato. Sorry, sitting around drinking and reading Plato and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein in the New York. And then they both passed out from drinking too much and hit their faces on the table. Oh no, that's terrible. And then they froze to death because they left the door open and their robot malfunctioned in the cold. Yep, looks like that's what happened here. It's clear. Sorry, I don't know why it sounded like that.
I programmed these units myself.
With someone like you raiding JC.
Okay.
Great work. The JC healing.
Step into the chamber. It's time. With this act, the geography of human thinking will be leveled. Every mind will be part of a continuum.
It's not shutting down.
Speak. Year of our union, 125. Our consensus remains clear. Yes, we will prolong this second century of peace. Economic automation is complete. Our research will now encompass other frontiers. Yes, this is the consensus we have created. Our unity will soon be absolute. The remaining boundaries are vanishing. Yes, share.
Gordon knows what he's doing. He's a trained professional. He doesn't need to hear all this.
Your needs are the needs of all. Let us understand and be transformed. Yes. Transform each other and transform yourselves. The only frontier that has ever existed is the self. Helios has spoken.
Anything that goes has spoken is not really generally very good. I didn't read that fast enough. That's the end of the game. That's the ending I got. What did it say? I didn't see what it said. I was too busy making jokes. Something about men and some compromise. I don't know, I'm not really sure. Let's get Leon to help us shoot everybody. Now that I've set it up to be an impossible gauntlet.
What's the problem? You scared? I'm tired of standing around. Let's do this.
I want to wipe out the Dentons.
Here we go.
It crashes. Nope, you're not allowed to do that. Nope. I think that might be the end. Well, how anticlimactic is that? Yeah. This game had so many promising elements. That's it, yeah. Had so many promising elements, and it's just kind of sucky. Pretty much. The end. I didn't kill him. Your stupid rocket launcher killed him. Ow. Neurotoxin.
You're not going.
Ow. Okay. Yay! Me and the Spider Boys win! Oh, sorry. Wait, they blew up their machine? Ow, 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 ow! They're all just unconscious.
What's the problem? I'm tired of standing around. Let's...
I want to wipe out the...
Is he coming?
Wait too long and one of these greedy bastards might slip off the island. Bet they aren't expecting to see Leo Jankowski.
Oh, I see. He was resetting.
Finally, a real fight.
Say that, but I think you're going to be mildly disappointed.
Piece of cake.
Yay!
Read the field, then make your move. I'm starting to enjoy myself. They won't know what hit them.
Really?
You do not even comprehend today's significance for the future of this planet, but you have our gratitude. A discount will be applied to all of your business transactions with our agents anywhere in the world.
What?
After the Great Collapse, only the mighty survived. 2 centuries of war saw the rise and fall of many empires. It was the age of heroes, the battle-fired crucible of all subsequent history. In the end, the Earth was no longer green. Nothing survived on its surface other than a few embers of humankind. But from this crucible emerged the masterworks of evolution. They were fit not just for the new Earth, but for the most barren corners of creation. The glory of humanity would henceforward stretch on, through time and space, to the vanishing point of eternity.
Oh, okay. Humanity guaranteed to live out the universe. There wasn't a video for the end of the... Oh, yeah, there was. It was just a big, whooshy, brain glowy, heady... Oh, okay, this is... I don't think we're done with this. Well done, everybody. Yay. That's the end of Deus Ex 2, Invisible War. Should we look up the other endings? While we're at it. What? Where's... What? Oh, very stupid. Ad. We got 2 of the endings.
Historians no longer doubt that an event such as the collapse was necessary for the emergence of our global democratic state. How else would everyone, high and low, have been convinced to embrace communal scrutiny? It's hard to believe, but prior to 2052, humans lived in armed encampments of hundreds of millions of people. Now, after a century of peace, our great cities flourish. Enormous towers command the landscape on every continent. 1 trillion transactions per second. So much inscrutable activity. Yet we are united, at peace.
Because it's cursed.
We owe it all to Ophelia, a name we all know. But what is Ophelia? A system? A place?
Ophelia Balls.
We all know her name, yet our leaders deny that she even exists. Believe, citizens. Believe in the creator of our world. Is it wrong to love a being you cannot see? Such belief is the highest faculty a human being can develop. If you doubt that she exists, just look around. Look at all she has made.
So that must have been the WTO ending, right? Oh, we saw that one.
Yes.
Ah, it really is of importance not only what men do, but also what manner of men they are that do it. Among the works of man, the first importance surely is man's. Okay. Ah, the Lands of Law ending.
Good citizens, paladins, we have won. Allow me this allegory. Our forebears would say that we have at last reached the Delectable Mountains. Yes, well, we have conquered these mountains, and soon not one hill will have a name other than Clear. We have burned the land clean. What cells of disease remain are few in number and short on time. But friends, citizens, I tell you today that we have a new enemy. The enemy's name is Error, and it stands tall against the horizon. this new enemy. This new enemy is all too human. But we will act now, before these traitors spread their disease to other susceptible minds.
After the great collapse, but for the
Okay. I'd say that out of the two endings, I got both of the least evil endings, I guess. Global utopia run by an AI, no free will, and humanity evolves into the Omar and lives on longer than time itself. So, you know. Yep. I need to go close the window. It's just so loud outside. There's a construction site outside my house. Okay. Right. Well, that's that then. Got an hour and a half. What should we do? Ugh. I might be all sci-fi concepted out now. I don't know. Hmm. Excuse me. Hmm. That's content. Hmm. Oh. There must be something fun to do. It's not. Excuse me. Super brain using E. Hmm. Don't have it installed. And I have a feeling you'd just be watching me install it and troubleshoot it for the next hour. Hmm. A spark of joy, indeed. Looking through my disc. That almost went for a button. Right. Well, them discs. Here we go. Is it going to autoplay? I think it might. Nope. No, it's not. Set up. Don't want. Where's an extra? What's chat and play? Ah, the do. Fit in window. Nope. Fit in window. There we go. A guide for those people who think Star Wars is an old movie. This is the forward by Terry Pratchett. Okay. Technically, film noir means black film. But, look, you know what it has come to mean. Even if you didn't know what it was called, because I doubt if there has ever been a movie style that can be so recognizably parodied, film noir is what you get when you stir together The Maltese Falcon, The Big Sleep, Casablanca, To Have and Have Not, and several dozen other movies made in the 40s and the 50s. The weather is bad, the lighting is low, the streets are mean, life is cheap, and the women are tougher than nails and have shoulder pads on which a competent pilot could land a small jet. People tend to lie a lot and double-cross one another. It's the monochrome world of cynical detectives with their names spelled backwards on glass doors, of seedy offices and a bottle of rye in their desk drawer. And people smoked a lot, probably because of the stress of lying, double-crossing, bad weather and walking into furniture in the low light. Technically, it died out in the mid-50s, and the lightening of the post-war gloom, but surfaces in countless parodies. Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid, homages Blade Runner, and references so ingrained in popular culture that you probably know exactly what I'm talking about, even if you've never seen one of those movies. Play it again, Sam! A guide for those who think fantasy only comes in brick-thick volumes. Discworld is, but you've just... God Lord. Discworld is, but you're just bought... That's supposed to be you've. There's a typo. Discworld is, but you've just bought the third Discworld computer game and don't know about 23 books, the maps, the posters, the badges, the beers, the diaries, the bookmarks, the figurines, the fan clubs, the conventions, and very popular cross-stitch embroidery designs. Shall we wait for you to catch up? All right. The action in many of the books centers around in and around the ancient, thriving, and cheerfully corrupt city of Ankh-Morpork. The weather is bad. The lighting is low. The streets are mean. Oh yes, life is expensive because it's death. Because it's death that's cheap, and the women are pretty tough even without shoulder pads. Ah. I thought it was the triplicate of callbacks is the funnies, but no, I'm not showing the right window. I'm very sorry. It's just watching me make a fool of myself. I really need to set up a scene command, don't I? Oh yes, and it's expensive because it's death that's cheap. The women are pretty tough even without shoulder pads. People tend to lie a lot and double-cross one another. It's a naked city of a million stories, many of them badly spelled and cut very short. There are trolls, dwarves, werewolves, zombies, wizards, and vampires among the citizenry. Mostly, they just want to earn their next dollar, and now it's just got its first private eye. He can look forward to being lied to, double-crossed. But that's only the start of his problems. As they say in Sham Haga's House of Ribs, play it again, Sam. Nice. That was very colourful. I enjoyed that. This is a story about murder and intrigue. A story about the occult and relics of a forgotten era. It is set on the Discworld, a world which is flat and rides on the back of 4 giant elephants, who stand on the shell of an enormous star turtle, Great Atuin, and which is bounded by a waterfall that cascades endlessly into space. Scientists have calculated that the chance of anything so patiently absurd actually existing are millions to 1, but magicians have calculated that 1,000,000 to 1 chances crop up 9 times out of 10. The House of Ribs is great. Just don't ask me where the ribs come from. Nice. Our hero, if such a word is not too strong of a description, is a man named Luton. Formerly of Ankh-Morpork City Watch, expelled from the watch for taking a bribe, he has only just started to pull his life together after years lost in a drunken haze. Trying to get his life back together, Luton has set up a shop in Ankh-Morpork as the first private investigator. All he needs now is a case. A rough guide to the Discworld. From sea to shining sea, it was the Epibian philosopher Expletus who provided that first the disc was 10,000 miles across. Viewers from space can appreciate it in full, its vast 30,000 mile circumference, garlanded by the long rimfall, where the seas of the disc drop endlessly into space. It gives the impression, with its continents, archipelagos, sea, deserts, and mountain ranges, that the creator designed it to be looked at from above. Its tiny orbiting sunlet with prominences no bigger than croquet hoops maintains a fixed elliptical orbit while the disk revolves beneath it. The moon shines by its own light, owing to the cramped and rather inefficient astronomical arrangements. Owing to the position of the sun, the hub of the disk is never closely warmed and is covered in permafrost and barbarians. It is well known that barbarians prefer tundra to warmer climes, since it is more dramatic to emerge from the screaming tumult of a snowstorm than to be found sunning your pectoral muscles on a deck chair. Conversely, the rim of the disk is covered in sunny islands, balmy weather, and a suspicious lack of horizon. Such is the cost of being flat. There are 4 cardinal directions on the Discworld hub: hubwards, rimwards, turnwise, and widershins. Seasoned travelers have learnt to navigate solely by the sensation that they feel. If it gets warmer, you're headed rimwards. If it gets colder, you're headed hubwards. If you get dizzy, you're headed windershins. The geography of the Discworld can be divided into 4 main continents, excluding the many others which have been sunk, blown up, or have simply disappeared. This sort of thing happens all the time, even on the best regulated worlds. The first of these 4 continents is the unnamed continent, of which the Stowe Plains and the Ram Tops are a major feature. It stretches all the way from the rim of the hub and finishes around the Circle Sea. Its most famous and most pestilent feature is the city of Ankh-Morpork, the oldest city on the disc. Ankh-Morpork is renowned for its mud, trouble, cabbages, trouble, politics, trouble, mud, and trouble. It is here that the game is set. The next continent is Klatch, which contains a dazzling collection of nations including Tsort, Ephebe, and Omnia. The city of Al-Khali on the Hubworld coast has been called to the gateway to the mysterious continent of Klatch. It's rather like Ankh-Morpork, but with sand instead of mud. Al-Khali's temple frescoes are famous far and wide, at least among discerning connoisseurs. Tours leave hourly from the statue of Offla in the square of 967 delights, but are restricted to males over 18 and married women. The city of Alkali lies on the River Sort, where chocolate brown waters are framed in myth and lies. It insinuates its way through the brown. It insinuates its way through the brown landscapes like long, damp, descriptive passage punctuated with sandbanks, and every sandbank is covered with sun-baked logs, which of most of which have teeth. What makes Klatch so mysterious chiefly seems to be the efforts of the Klatchian tourist agency, who thrive on making the ordinary exciting and the trivial expensive. The Klatchians are meticulous about things that interest them. Also on the River Sort is the site of the ancient city of Sort. Long since destroyed in the Sortian Wars, it's not entirely clear who put Sort to the torch, but it's believed to be the armies of Thebe under Levelius. Levelius. I think I'm saying that right. It is certain that the cause of the Sortian War was a woman named Eleanor of Sort, or Syrinx, or El Harith, or El Harib. It depends who you talk to, really. Beyond that, the legends have a certain pick and mix quality to them, much like the gods of Sort, some of which seem to have been built from the bits of the creators of the gods had left over. The Klatchian Tourist Agency runs daily trips to the ruins from the nearby village of Sorta, home of the Sorties mint cake, a rare delicacy best admired at a distance. The existence of the counterweight continent, the third of the Discworld's 4 landmasses, is widely denied in Ankh-Morpork. It is not that they don't know of its existence, it's just that they choose not to have discovered it at this time. In fact, as every citizen in Ankh-Morpork knows, the existence of the counterweight continent will remain unknown for as long as the patrician, Ankh-Morpork's benevolent dictator, says it is unknown. Interestingly, the Agathian Empire... Agathian? Agathian? There's no H. Which would be situated on the counterweight continent, if it existed, would deny the existence of any civilization outside of itself. This balance of denial has kept the Agathian Empire from dealing with outside nations for centuries. However, the Agathian Empire has the unfortunate distinction of producing the disc's first tourist, and since a handful of its citizens have ventured forth into the wider world, the patrician, in his wisdom and benevolence, calls such people spies. Despite a recent political rearrangement, international relations between Ankh-Morpork and the Agathian Empire remain somewhat frosty. Such is the legacy of the wonderful tradition of distrust and denial that has been carefully cultivated over the centuries. Every citizen in Ankh-Morpork would be quick to comment on the patrician's benevolence. This is chiefly because every citizen who has been slow to comment on it has found themselves hanging upside down in a scorpion pit, thus maintaining implausible deniability. A man named Twoflower, central to his philosophy, was very strong belief that no harm could come to him because he was a visitor. Alternative translations include coup, rebellion, and necessary unpleasantries. Tradition being the chief manner in which nations avoid having to do anything strenuous, such as thinking. Population of the Discworld. Chaotic as it sometimes appears, the Discworld clearly runs on a special set of natural, or at least guidelines. There is cause and effect. There is eventuality. Things happen after other things. After that, it becomes a little more confusing. The following theory can be timorously timorously advanced. The Discworld should not exist. Flatness is not a natural state for a planet. Turtles should grow only so big. The fact that it does exist means that it occupies an area of space where relativity is extremely thin. Where should be no longer has the veto it has in the rest of the universe. Things that might nearly exist in a real world have no difficulty at all existing in a quite natural state on the Discworld. Amongst the many races that thrive and multiply thanks to the low reality threshold of the Discworld. Two of the most successful are the dwarves and the trolls. Trolls hate dwarves. Dwarves hate trolls. It's an arrangement that dates back thousands of years and has accumulated so much ill feeling that the actual cause is now quite irrelevant. In addition to trolls, dwarves, and humans, the Discworld is home to a number of undead. Vampires, zombies, werewolves all coexist with the living. Not always peacefully, but there's something about having a blood-sucking hellspawn living next door that doesn't encourage you to invite them around for dinner. Ankh-Morpork. Many philosophers have mused on the reason for Ankh-Morpork's existence. Although a leading theory is that it exists solely to make other cities feel better, Ankh-Morpork has been burned down many times in its long history, out of revenge, carelessness, spite, or even just for the insurance. Most of the stone buildings that actually make it a city have survived intact. Many people who live in stone buildings think that a good fire every 100 years or so is essential to the health of the city, since it helps keep down the rats, roaches, fleas, and of course, people not rich enough to own stone houses. He ain't wrong. Thanks, Tito. Oh. Each time it is rebuilt using the traditional local materials of tinder dry wood and thatch waterproofed with tar. Namely, that they invite you back to their house to eat dinner. That was for the undead bit, yeah. It is generally accepted that the original building in the city was the Tower of Art, around which the grounds of the unseen university have matured, like mould on a particularly ancient yogurt. The Tower of Art is known to be 800 feet tall. Time, weather, and indifferent repairs have given it a gnarled appearance, like a tree that has seen too many thunderstorms. It is topped by a forest of little turrets and crenellations. I only learned what a crenellation was this week. That's very interesting. The little inny-outy bits. Around which entire species of beetles and small mammals have evolved, aided by the emanations of magic from the university. In fact, the species of bats, which is known to live at the top of the tower, is believed to have developed a language so complex that they decided eventually not to bother using it. Fresh water used to be brought straight into the city centre by a viaduct, which fell down centuries ago. Water is now drawn from shallow wells, thanks to the city's high water table. This, along with the slaughterhouses and cabbage fields, spice houses and breweries, contributes to Ankh-Morpork's most famous civic attribute, the smell. Citizens are very proud of the smell. On a really good day, they carry chairs outside to enjoy it. Perhaps the most useful side effect of the smell is that in its long and undistinguished history, no one has ever invaded Ankh-Morpork. Ankh-Morpork has a thriving, or at least festering, population of humans, and the largest known dwarvish colony anywhere on the disc. It is also home to a growing number of trolls, undead, and other special interest groups. The fact that the trolls and the dwarves, who are historically bitter enemies, do not instigate a state of all-out war is a tribute to the unifying force of the Ankh-Morpork dollar. Of gods, small and dark. The disc has gods, in the same way that other worlds have bacteria. There are billions of them, tiny bundles containing nothing more than a pinch of pure ego and some hunger. Most of them never get worshipped. They are the small gods. The spirits of the lonely trees, places where two ant trails cross, and most of them stay that way, because what they lack is belief. This is not entirely true. This is for... Where's part 10? Nobody's ever invaded Ankh-Morpork. This is not entirely true. Technically, the city has been invaded on numerous occasions. In fact, the city welcomes freestanding barbarian invaders. But somehow, the puzzled raiders always find after a few days that they don't own their houses anymore. They don't own their horses anymore, and with a couple of months, they're just another minority group in its own graffiti and food shop with its own graffiti and food shops. A handful, though, go on to greater things. Well, that was because what they lack is belief. Talking about gods. A handful, though, go on to greater things. Anything may trigger this. A shepherd seeking a lost lamb, for example, may find it among the briars and take a minute or two to build a small cairn of stones in general thanks to whatever spirit might be around the place. In a show of its infamous cosmopolitan attitude, Ankh-Morpork has a temple to the small gods, imaginatively called the Temple of the Small Gods. The building is the home to 100 mad prophets, abandoned high priests, and the odd born-again cultist, who tries to get everyone to join in another chorus of the Ichor God hates you. Contrary to popular perceptions, gods don't play chess. They prefer simple, vicious games where you do not pass transcendence but go straight to oblivion. As fickle, malicious, and dangerous as the gods are, they are like innocent children, compared to the old dark gods of the Disc. Their names are held in the Necro Telecomicon. Their names are held in the Necrotelecomicon, the dreaded Liber Panigarum Pulvarum, scrawled by Ahmed the Mad. What number is that? 12. As indeed those who've seen the book and survived claim, the pages are indeed yellow. Dark gods used to roam freely on the Disc, eating men's souls, destroying the minds of all who beheld them, and generally having a laugh on a Friday night. Now all are either imprisoned or returned to the dungeon dimensions from whence they came. I'm not very good at reading, it's good practice. Also, I wasn't expecting this manual to be like an entire Discworld book, but whatever. I'm enjoying myself. The Dark God, yeah, blah, 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 blah. Have a good laugh on a Friday night. Dungeon dimensions from whence they came. These are the endless wastelands outside space and time, and its denizens are jealous of life and all things alive. People who plan to summon the Dark Gods are usually the kind of people who leave behind a piece of string to guard their house and are prone to shouting incomprehensible oaths at walls. We're all fucking here now. Come on a journey through time and space. The interior of a typical temple to one of the old dark gods will display a fairly basic rule of architecture by being bigger than the outside. It is likely to be full of corridors, of tunnels, full of unpleasant carvings and occasional disjointed skeletons. Hell lit by a light so violet that it is almost black. The 8-sided crystals set at intervals in the walls and ceilings shed a rather unpleasant glow that doesn't so much illuminate as outline the darkness. The floor is a continuous mosaic of 8-sided tiles. The corridor, walls, and ceilings are all angled to give the corridor 8 sides. 8, you may be starting to realize, is a number of some occult significance on the Discworld. This is quite a feat, as octagons do not tessellate. However, the number 8 has such a power in magic on the Discworld that it would probably be worth torturing a few geometrists and architects just to get it right. Oh. Races of the Discworld. Humans, Homo sapiens. one of the more abundant races on the Discworld are the humans, and easily identified by their strangely fundamental belief that they are clearly more important than any other life form, and that out of all reality has been genuinely hewn out of the raw stuff of existence solely for its benefit. Dwarves. Hortus decorus. Standing on average only 4 feet tall, dwarves are well known to have mastered the art of sexual equality. Regardless of sex, all dwarves have naturally long lives by human standards, have equally psychotic reactions to even the weakest beers, and perhaps most tellingly, have equally bushy beards. Nobby Nob's great uncle had 8 fingers, and they burnt him alive outside the temple of Io after asking him nicely. Thanks for that. This unusual biological feature coupled with the natural reluctance to discuss their gender causes dwarf courtship to be consist of finding out in delicate and circumspect ways what sex the other dwarf is. No one knows why it is that dwarves who at home in the mountains lead quiet, ordinary lives forget it all when they move to the big city and promptly dress in chainmail, arm themselves with oversized axes, and change their name to something like Grab Throat Shin Kicker. Trolls. Saltus Saxum. The trolls are a race of Silicarius, but humanoid knife. Found chiefly in the Ramtop Mountains, but also increasingly in Ankh-Morpork and other cities. It is the bane of trolls everywhere that their silicon brains seldom function well in the comparative heat of the lowlands, and consequently, trolls have a reputation of being somewhat slow and on the uptake. Excuse me. However, it would be wrong to assume that even the most intelligent, deep-frozen troll could even hope to approach subtlety. Troll courtship, for instance, consists of the male troll hitting his intended as hard as possible with a suitably pretty stone. One particularly interesting species of troll is the gargoyle, which has evolved a symbiotic relationship with gutters, funneling runoff water into their ears and out through their 5 sieves in their mouths. And out through fine sieves in their mouths. They speak strangely because they cannot close their mouths. Because gargoyles often spend years without moving from one spot, they tend to not have names so much as locations. Wimsky, Webbix, Metherrushloom. What's up? Welcome in. We're reading a manual, but it's turning into a book. Cosmic dough, if you will. Hence the idea that the Discworld was a half-baked idea. And you thought buying this game wouldn't be educational, didn't you? Well, where else are you going to run across a word like Silicarius, eh? Silacrius? Silicarius. So, werewolves. Lupus sapiens. The common werewolf, or Lupus sapien, is a fairly common sight in the Discworld. In fact, it's a very common final sight in some parts of the disc. In Ankh-Morpork, the Dead Rights movement has helped lycanthropes better integrate into society. There's definitely some typos in there. There's an I missing there. Better integrate into society. But their habit of staring at people's throats while they talk tends to put a dampener on conversations. I did stupidly assume that a manual by Terry Pratchett wouldn't be an afternoon in front of the fire. I have returned home from Scotland, therefore I am now all your problems. Well, welcome back. Was it nice weather? How was it up there with no riots? Bloody country. We live in the stupid island. It was. Ah, good. Everyone's got the got island madness. Your son enjoyed your mother's swimming pool. Well, that's great. I'm not reading that, but that's quite funny. Where were we? Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Werewolf senses are considerably sharper than most people's, and in particular, their sense of smell is so acute that they can actually perceive scents. A room to a werewolf is an olfactory history of everyone who has passed that way. The most unusual thing about werewolves is that almost all the legends are true. It is true that the bite of a werewolf causes lycanthropy. It is true that they can only be killed by silver weapons, and it is true that it is a bad idea to tap one on the shoulder, throw a stick, and shout, "Fetch!" It isn't true, however, that the sons and daughters of a werewolf are also werewolves. In fact, the genetics of lycanthropes are rather difficult to predict, and a pregnant werewolf might give birth to a mortal baby, a werewolf cub, or even potentially a puppy. Have to jump down the lip and punch. Vampires. Nosferatu sanguineus. Although not especially common, vampires are present in the rich melting pot of Ankh-Morpork. Although they are generally expected to avoid feasting on any old hapless passerby on the grounds that it's really hard to get bloodstains out of a shirt collar. Like werewolves, the Dead Rights movement has done its best to ensure that vampires are fully integrated into society. And many find themselves working in jobs where an aversion to sunlight is practically an advantage, such as a night watchman and nightclub bouncers. A common problem faced by most of Ankh-Morpork's vampires is that vampirism sits uneasy on the middle classes. They are established ways that vampires should look and behave, it seems, and many vampires feel obligated to at least try to behave that way. Nice. Are the trains improving yet? Aren't Labour supposed to be like reconsolidating the main train routes again? I don't know when the fuck that's gonna happen, but if I can travel to go see my friends without having to pay like 200 quid, that'd be nice. Oh, okay, so it really depends on when their licenses end. Don't trust the shaggy wankers. Thanks, Mushroom. Another snippet of all caps knowledge there. Yeah. It is. Bastard trains. Often the snag is that these details, the wearing of evening dress at all times and so on, were designed for people who are tall, thin, and possessing of a certain style and panache that most of Ankh-Morpork's citizenry wouldn't be able to manage. Even after a 12-week evening course, this problem is compounded somewhat by the inherent shaving problem faced by all male vampires, since this is one particular activity that is very difficult when you can't see yourself in the mirror. Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind paying through the nose for trains if it was a great time, but normally what happens is I pay nearly like 160 quid for a one-way ticket to Birmingham, and I have to sit on the floor with 9 other people. So, you know. other races. It is doubtful that a place as inherently magical as the Discworld could ever have a complete list of all the races that populate it. Even the list of other types of undead could take a whole while to complete, which is probably why undead scissors and ship forms are so hated in Morpork. Imps, elves, zombies, demons, gnomes, banshees, dragons, gnolls, fairies, ice giants, goblins, boogeymen, ghosts, and philosophers all help to make the Discworld in general, and Morpork in particularly, an entertainingly dangerous place to live. And that's not to even begin on the list of objects and animals who are more animate and intelligent than most of the humans. The game. In order to get the most out of the Discworld Noir, you will need a Pentium 166 or above, a Pentium 266 is recommended, IBM compatible computer, Windows 9X. Clicky, clicky. I crashed the economy, cabbage. Wait, what? Is this... Is this a start? Were you at the Fringe? Were you? Is this a comedy act? And she looks a bit like what's her name? The Cabbage Prime Minister. That's Liz Truss at a pro-Trump chat. No. You got fucking booed. Led by donkeys. Pranked her ass. I'd look into that. It looks like a hoot. Some memories. The CD-ROM specs has a thing. There's a 4x speed CD-ROM drive. 12 speed recommended, but 16 would be even better. 24. But we're not all made of money. She was in the middle of talking about how Trump is the only one who can unite America and all that shite, and how he can bring about a good economy, and then that starts to come down. Did she storm off? Like, what happened? That was great. I'm assuming that all the audience laughing at her was a bit of a giveaway. Although if they were at a pro-Trump rally, who knows? Right. Why can't we have these sillies in new games? Honest to goodness, sillies, not 40-year-old washed-up bad writers trying to connect with the youth by giving characters bad attitudes and shaved side partings. Yeah. And saying things like, no cap. In general, escape will allow you to skip any animated sequences in the game or to advance through a conversation if you're having with a character. After the introduction, whether you watch it or not, the game will start. If you wish to load a previous game, F1 to call up the options menu. See you later. Using the mouse. If you're stuck, it's worth moving the mouse all over the screen. A good habit to get into is sweeping any new room you visit for tags. It's also worth remembering that some tags may change with time. It's up to you to decide which tags are likely to change. Ah, good. Point and click adventures. Click on the place you want to go. Double click. Right click to look. Uninstalling the game. Wait, what? Where's that from? 28. Earlier. And ask yourself, why don't I own a mouse? I mean, come on, everyone has a mouse these days. Get with it. Get with the program. The style of text description is what is known as in the industry as bloody obvious. However, as a mark of our respect for you, the punter, we include it here anyway. Besides, how many of you read the manual anyway? I know what you're like. You get home with your new game and your hot and sweaty palms, and you haven't got time to waste with the manual. You just want to tear it out of that irritating plastic wrapping and get straight into the action. I don't know. No patience in the younger generation. Not like my day. When I was lad, games were in black and white and didn't have CD-ROM drives, and you had punch cards, and you got to shop and say, "Can I have the punch cards for Way of Exploring Fist, please?" And the shop assistant would punch you in the nose for being impudent whelps. Ah, those were days. I hope I did the right accent there. Why can't we... Yep. Did I get my bus pass there? No. No. We'll be dead. That's what we have to do to qualify for a free bus pass for our generation. Ooh, walking into a certain part of the area will cause the camera angle to change. If you're too impatient to wait for Luton to walk to an exit, you can double click on the exit and the scene will immediately cut to the next location. Ah. Interacting. There are no hard and fast rules, but you will quickly get the hang of how interacting works. And if you don't, well, the CD-ROMs make for excellent coffee mats. The notebook clues. Clues are the key to completing the game. Whether you get a new clue, you should think about what that clue impacts on on what you already know, and who you can usefully talk to about that clue. Oh, cool. Notebook structure. Learn to use hyper clues. It will take you forever to navigate around the notebook otherwise. Remember, you can double-click on titles to go to the contents page. Okay. If the notebook is selected from inside a conversation, this does not happen. Instead, Luton talks to the person in question about the clue. Bags, blah, blah, blah. Hard-boiled monologue. Luton, being a private investigator, has a private hard-boiled monologue going on in his head. This is quite convenient for you, the player, since Luton's hard-boiled monologue lets you know what he's thinking. $34. How to talk to people. In the game, that is. If you can't talk to people in real life, we really can't help you. I'd recommend calling a helpline, but if you can't talk to people, how is that going to help? It's getting very sassy now. How to stop talking to people. In real life, this is usually the easy part. Quit playing. This causes you to exit the game. Perhaps because you haven't slept in days. Discworld Noir can be enjoyed equally well when played with the keyboard. This is in fact a fragrant lie. A mouse is obviously a better way of playing, but the keyboard can be used to speed up gameplay. For all those people with a Pentium 133 or above and no mouse, I ask you, why? What possible reason could there be? You have my sympathy. Copy protection. Discworld Noir is the product of thousands of man-hours of effort and was written by an independent software house, a very talented but not very rich. Therefore, we will be very upset with you if you decide to pirate our game. What's more, if you do this, we'll be forced to unleash our team of hardened mercenaries to hunt you down for sport. We don't like to do that, but these are desperate times. I'm impressed it's still a Sutherland Barnett game. Like, that they made the switch to 3D so competently. Well, I say competently. We'll find out if it was competent, won't we? Discworld Noir did not spring fully formed to life like Athena from Zeus, or, for a more modern version of the same expression, like Xena from Hercules. Many talented people gave their lives so that you could play this game, and you really owe them at least the courtesy glance. I'll bet you're the kind of person who walks out of films before the credits are finished too. Shame on you. I always stay till the end, because that's where the fun little Easter eggs are. I saw a really funny clip the other day of a cinema full of people watching The Lord of the Rings. It's the bit where he kicks the helmet, and just one guy really loudly does a snort and goes, "Did you know?" And the whole cinema laughed, which is funny because it's the one annoying guy who always says, "Did you know he broke his foot?" when he kicks the helmet. But all of the people in the cinema knew that already, and it became a joke. It also means you ain't queuing to leave, indeed. Or queuing for the lose afterward. Blah, 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 blah. Any more funny stuff hidden in this? Espanol. All right. Are you ready? Everyone on the disc knows the legend of Eleanor of Sort, or at least everyone knows a legend of Eleanor of Sort, or Phoenix, or El Harib, Ask most people and they'll tell you that she was the cause of the Sortian Wars. Of course, ask most people and they'll tell you Patrician is a kind and unbenevolent man. Never trust what most people tell you. The real cause of the Sortian Wars was a little-known goddess called Erata. It was of the wedding of Pleuronthea and Pyramids of blah, 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 blah. Suffice to say, it is that being goddess of misunderstanding, she wasn't particularly popular. Especially at weddings, something, vengeance. It's too fast. Fight between... in return, Assortia gave Eleanor to Rome, even though she wasn't hers to give, which was typical of the gods, and resulted in an extramarital confusion blew up in the Sortian Wars. The carnage that followed the Sortian Falcons was lost, perhaps forever. Oh, it's a pun on the Maltese Falcon. Sortie's flash on. Yeah, I'm kind of interested to see where the Soul Reaper stuff goes. Oh, look, it's under a killing moon.
I've had some bad days since I started work as a private investigator. But I'd never woken up dead before.
Is that Rob Brydon? It's not stupid enough. I've never woken up dead before.
It all started the week before on a
I'm gonna have to restart this. Bloody subtitle speed is stupid. Exactly the same in the other two Discworld games. It makes no sense. Also fucking loud. Cut that there.
I've had some bad days since I started work as a private investigator. But I'd never woken up dead before. It all started the week before on a cold and wet Sectober day in Ankh-Morpork, the oldest and most depraved of all the cities on the Discworld. But hey, you've got to love it. I'd been working as a PI for a little over a month, and business was slow. Hiring an investigator to look into your business requires trust. And the amount of trust in Ankh-Morpork wouldn't fill a cup. And it's a small cup I'm talking about. Sure, people trust that you don't get on the wrong side of the patrician. People trust that you don't walk into the shades alone. People trust that the Assassin's Guild will fulfill their contracts or double your money back. Yeah, people even trust death. Just don't ask them to trust their mothers.
Mr. Luton?
If I'm not, I should fire the guy who painted the door.
So this is what a private investigator looks like. I expected someone more heroic.
Heroism costs extra. What can I do for you, Miss...
Mrs. Actually. And the name is Carlotta.
Okay, Mrs. Actually. Carlotta it is. What's a girl like you doing out in a night like this?
I want to hire you, Mr. Luton.
Please, call me Luton. Mr. sounds so formal.
How much do you charge for a simple investigation?
I don't know. I've never had a simple investigation. A tricky one is 20 a day.
I'll give you 200 in advance, plus expenses.
Oh. Hey, Amy Cat.
Oh, I wouldn't ask a guy
I'm a
like
cat
you to
just
attempt the
subscribed.
impossible.
Oi,
What's the
whiskey
case?
actually.
I want you to find
What's
a
up?
man named Mundy.
How are you?
Why do you
Thank
want
you
to
so
find
much
Monday?
for 23 months.
No, and this case will go
That's
a lot
insane.
faster if you let me ask the questions.
You like to be in control, don't you, Luton?
If you don't pull the strings, then you're the puppet. Tell me about you and Monday.
I've been a lonely woman, Luton.
You amaze me.
Be surprised.
Shocked, maybe, but not surprised.
Mundy is my lover, Luton. Or used to be. He's been away for a while, over in Sort. He came back to Ankh-Morpork a couple of days ago on the Milka. But he didn't come to see me. I think he may be having an affair. You're wondering whether my husband knows about it.
Actually, I was wondering when you were going to give me the money.
My husband passed away several years ago.
I hope the poor guy was smiling at the time. Is there anything you can tell me about Monday that might help me find him?
He's got blue eyes, brown hair, and a black heart. You'd like him.
Has he got any friends in Ankh-Morpork?
Does anyone?
How tall is he?
I don't know. I don't picture him standing up.
What was Monday's business in Sort?
I don't know. I never asked about his work, and he never told me.
Must be a very straightforward relationship.
As simple as they come.
Where can I find the ship he came in on?
Down at the wharf.
Have you been there yourself?
I avoid places like that. Women and seamen.
Forget I asked. This is a bad neighborhood for you to come into alone, Carlotta.
I can take care of myself.
I believe you.
Good. Trust is important.
I said I believe.
Yeah, it's totally Rob
I
Brydon.
never
Hey,
said I
Trans.
trusted you.
Don't you like me, Luton?
I like a lot of things. I like dogs, but I wouldn't trust one not to bite me.
I won't bite.
Shame. I haven't been bitten in a long while. I'd better get started on your case. Where can I contact you?
I'll be in touch. Be seeing you, Luton.
I hoped I would see her again, because she still hadn't paid me. Still, it wasn't every day that a beautiful woman offered me a case. Frankly, it wasn't often that anybody offered me a case. And 200 would certainly help pay the rent, if I had anything left over from my bar bill. All I had to do was track down Monday and tell Carlotta where he was. I could hardly carry the desk around, even if I wanted to. I had purchased a large indexed scroll rack to keep track of all the cases I was going to handle. The Monday case made it 2.
Right, scanning.
A lot of strange things had happened to me since becoming a private investigator. But the weirdest was the irrepressible sensation that the most important thing for me to own as a PI was a door with my name painted on the glass.
Yeah, Rob Brydon's been in all the Discworld games, yeah. And Eric Idle was in 1 and 2.
I'd purchased the imp-powered coffee bean machine from Cut-Me-Own-Throat Dibbler, the man whose name was the byword for quality. With CMOT Dibbler, you could say bye to quality. I'll say this for the ICBM. It made coffee strong enough to blow your head off. On the downside, the imp tended to use most of the beans to fuel its own addiction. Some days, the poor thing was so jittery the coffee machine would vibrate off the shelf. Nothing like a cup of imp-made coffee to make me jittery and paranoid. I think we could safely say that the door to my office was just for getting in and out of my office.
Okay.
Sapient pearwood comes from a plant so magical that it is totally impervious to all forms of magic, and so valuable that thieves have cut each other's throats to own it. Unfortunately, I couldn't afford a desk made out of it, so I made do with pine. It's a nice desk, though.
Yeah. So we want to go to the docks, right? The wharf, yeah. I quite like how the places that you can go to are sort of like highlighted. Like sort of grey.
The wharf was on the upmarket side of the river, in the city of Ankh. The Moorpork docks on the other side of the river were not a place wise travelers disembarked at. But then again, wise travelers tried to avoid Ankh-Morpork altogether. But if you traveled a lot, it was hard to miss. Like malaria. The Milka was a tramp schooner, one of the many ramshackle ships that plied their trade around the Circle Sea. From the looks of it, it should have sunk years ago. Even the rats thought twice before boarding it. The first mate wasn't as hostile as I might have expected, but he wasn't particularly helpful either. The Milka was a from a crate. What more could I say? I couldn't tell what the crates contained, and frankly, I didn't much care. Outgoing cargo wasn't going to tell me much. I needed to know whether Mundy had brought something with him. The sailor was busy loading the ship, and I decided not to disturb him. The sailor... Something told me I wasn't... Are you the first mate?
Ah, shiver me timbers. Hoist the main brace.
Let's start again. Are you the first mate?
Aye, that I be.
You're not going to get any money off me, so you can drop the fake accent.
Sorry, you know how it is. Some people are stupid enough to fall for that sort of thing. What can I do for you?
When?
As soon as we've got her loaded.
How much is passage?
Where are you looking to go?
I don't know. Sort, perhaps.
We've just come from there. It'll be a long time before we get back there again.
Did you bring any passengers?
Sure. We always try to take a couple of passengers. They pay their way, and if there's a big storm, they are very useful as to sacrifice to the angry sea gods. Of course, we tell people they were washed over the side.
Well, safe voyage, if that's...
Oh, that was goodbye.
Not for much.
When do you sail? How much is passage?
Okay.
We always try.
What were the passengers on the last voyage like?
There were 3 of them. One of them seemed alright, but the other
Free
two,
stream burgers. Oh, you streaming
strange
tonight?
about them.
What are you streaming? I was reading chat and not looking what I was clicking, to be honest.
Do you sacrifice passengers often?
No, the captain doesn't like it. He says it's bad for business. I said that we were advertising ourselves as offering an exciting tour to the Circle Sea. But he pointed out that most people would expect the tour to be above the water. If I had my way, we'd have thrown some people off the last voyage.
Bad omens?
The whole crew had a bad feeling of dread from the moment we set off.
Looking at the state of the ship, that doesn't come as a surprise. The first mate hadn't been able to tell me much about the other passengers on the Milka, but he did know that there was something distinctly foreign about one of them. Beautiful, Carlotta was worth a stare. She was trouble. Carlotta had hired me. At the beginning, that was pretty much all I knew about it. The Milka was the tramp's. I suppressed the urge. I was broke, sure, but I wasn't that desperate. I suppressed the urge.
Okay. Oh god, keyboard controls, they weren't lying.
Something I couldn't.
Am I doing something wrong? I feel like I was supposed to ask about the people in the notebook, but it didn't do anything. And I read the instructions and everything! Okay. Oh. Hello.
On an ordinary night, I'd sit around waiting for business. But this night, business was coming to me, and bringing trouble with it. Business, I didn't mind. But trouble was an unwelcome guest. And like all unwelcome guests, it was hard to ask it to leave. And by the third day, it was generally wearing your shirts and leaving its stuff in your bathroom.
Hello, Mr. Luton. I've been expecting you.
I should hope so. This is my office. How'd you get in?
Through the door. It was only locked. I know all about doors.
Good. Use this one to get out.
I have a message for you, Mr. Luton.
I don't take messages from strangers.
Then let me introduce myself. My name is Mr. Al-Khali.
I don't take messages from dwarves named after cities.
My name isn't important.
You seem to think it was.
I've come to warn you to stay clear of the Mundy case.
I'll bear that in mind. Now get out.
If you don't stay clear of the Mundy case, something untoward may happen to you.
This is Ankh-Morpork. Something untoward may happen to me whether I investigate this case or not. Now either you get out or I'll throw you out.
Don't say I didn't warn you, Mr. Luton.
Don't say I didn't ignore you, Mr. Al-Khali. A dwarf named after the Klatchian city of Al-Khali. And a threat. This case was getting more interesting by the minute. All we needed was a troll and a member of the undead, and we could open an ethnic comedy on Broadway. I could hardly sapient pair. It's a nice. The crates on the... A crate. Still here?
Not for much longer, I hope.
When do you sail?
As soon as we've got her loaded.
How much is passage?
Where are you looking to go?
Sort.
We've just come from there.
Did you...
Sure, we all... Hey, of course.
God damn it.
Still here. When do you... What were the passengers on the last voyage?
There were 3 of them. One of them... The captain does...
The dwarf had tried... What?
Doesn't ring any bells, I'm afraid.
Oh.
What do you
Pick
know
once.
about a dwarf named Al?
That's what it is.
Doesn't ring any bells, I'm afraid.
Right. We know how to ask questions now.
What do you know about a woman named Carlotta?
Doesn't ring any bells, I'm afraid.
What was strange about these passengers?
I don't know. One of them seemed kind of foreign. I mean, more foreign than most.
Was there a man named Mundy on the last voyage?
It's funny you should ask that. You're the second person today to have an interest in Mundy.
Who was the first?
A dwarf. He didn't give his name. I don't think he was from round here, though.
What about Mundy? What was he like?
I don't pry into the passenger's business, but for a man who came on board pretty happy, he seemed pretty unsettled when he left. Not that I blame him. Something was definitely amiss on this last voyage.
Do you know where he is now?
Mundy? No. Like I said, I don't pry into passengers' business.
Unless you actually look through their luggage after they've been washed over the side.
Hey, what are you inferring?
I'm not inferring anything. I'm implying that you might have had a look at their luggage at one point.
If I had, I certainly wouldn't admit it to you.
Which either means you didn't look, or you didn't find anything of interest.
You better watch your steps, son. It's not good to make accusations like that.
Don't worry. Anything we discuss is strictly between you, me, and anyone else I tell. Since that was who I'd learned about that from in the first place, I didn't feel I had much to gain by going over old ground.
Okay.
This is the Milka, isn't it?
That's what it says on the prow.
It's impossible to read anything written on that hull.
Just because you can't read it doesn't mean it isn't there. Reality is subjective, after all.
Don't get all existential with me.
It was more ontological than existential.
That's a really bad habit you've got there.
What? Oh, sorry. I picked up a bad case of philosophy in Ephoebe a couple of years ago, and I haven't been able to
Ephoebe,
get
that's how
rid
you
of it
say that,
since.
okay.
Just can't seem to shake it off. Normal as anything one minute. Next moment, I'm wondering if anything can truly be said to exist. A bit of a drawback when you're supposed to be navigating.
Okay. Assuming the existence of an objective shared universe, is this the Milka?
Yes.
Can I have a look on board?
No.
That better not be some kind of philosophical objection.
No one gets on board without Captain Jenkins' permission.
Where is the captain?
I don't know. But you could try the Cafe Ankh. He usually goes there when he's in Ankh-Morpork. If it exists, of course.
New location. I'm enjoying this. I like the whole questioning style. This is, I love the notebook as well. Keeps track of everything. You don't just have to be like, talk to person. Maybe you'll have a thing you can ask them. It's like, you've got all the things that you could ask, like, laid out. I wonder when this came out in relation to Grim Fandango. There we go. Alright, I have to finish promptly on time today. Right. They must have both been in development at the same time. I can't imagine this had a year-long... Only a year of development. Well, I don't know, because I know that Grim Fandango was an original idea that Tim Schafer had for a long time before it became a game. Because I've seen there's a video where he goes through his notebooks on the Double Fine channel. I don't think that this whole game seems based around this concept of it being a noir game, like, you know, like a noir film pastiche. Were there any like movies that came out that re-brought up the genre around the mid-90s? Was it like a fresh concept in people's minds? Was it being parodied? What year did Blade Runner come out? Blade Runner was in the 80s, wasn't it? You already know up to 1995. Would it be before then? Yeah, Blade Runner was in the 80s. I don't know. Just, it seems interesting, doesn't it, that two point-and-click adventures in the year of each other, both of which were the first 3D forays into 3D, are both noir-themed games. Hello. Our first important item.
The golem wouldn't notice that the crowbar had gone missing. Not that I'm saying it didn't need it, just that I'd figured I'd get away with stealing it. The cart was being loaded with barrels of wine. Apart from the wine, I can't say I was interested. I knew full well that I wouldn't be able to get down there without permission and the right key. I guess I never really noticed that the Café Ankh had a wine cellar before. Perhaps if they'd run out of drinks at the bar, I'd have been more inclined to investigate.
Blubber, that must have done it.
You can't go around jimmying every door open just because you can. Besides, I liked Samael, and I drew the line at breaking into the cafe's wine cellar without his permission.
You can't recall if the whiskey knocked you flat, or if everything was a blur when you met her. All that you remember are the tunes of a vampire, a melancholy tune about impending doom. I'll fetch your tankard, fill it to the brim. A cask of stale, broken drum ale. Wondering how long till you meet again on the bank of the Ankh. Too much to drink, you could barely even think. Too much bear hunger.
I thought I told you never to play that song again.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Luton. It's just I wasn't expecting you to call by tonight, and...
You weren't expecting me? It's only been 8 years, Samael.
I guess my memory ain't what it used to be.
I don't know why Samael put up with my temper. He could have broken every bone in my body if he'd wanted to, but that's what made him special, I guess. That he'd take almost any kind of abuse from the clientele, and he'd still be there at the piano, playing better than anyone else in Ankh-Morpork.
A very visually appealing stream layout. Thanks. I made it myself. A good Battenberg. Hey, if I'm gonna be compared to any kind of cake, Battenberg's pretty fun. Hey, it's Nobby.
Hello, Nobby.
Hello, Luton. How you been keeping?
I've been worse. Of course, I've been better, too. And I've been a hell of a lot better and not much worse.
That's good, isn't it?
Don't worry. If Commander Vimes sees us together, I'll tell him I made you talk to me.
It's not that I don't like you, Luton. I mean, we was friends and all. But it's just, well...
It's just he'd bite your head off if he saw you talking to me.
He'd go spare.
How you been keeping, Nobby? How's the rest of the watch?
Not so bad, Luton. Been keeping myself busy. Been working with Sergeant Colon.
How is old Fatty Colon?
Still fat. I'll tell him I saw you.
No, you won't.
Okay, so maybe I won't. I was just being trite.
Polite.
Yeah, that's the one.
I guess I never really understood why it was that you didn't get kicked out as well, Nobby.
Me? I ain't never done nothing wrong.
Don't give me that, Nobby. When you were serving as quartermaster under the Duke of Pseudopolis, it was widely known that several items from the stores were found in your kit.
That was all above board. I had all the paperwork for him.
Your kit at the time consisted of 2 warehouses. I just think Vimes had a grudge against me.
Luton, I know you're my friend and all, but you took a bribe.
Are you trying to tell me you never took a bribe?
Never.
The ham from Harga's House of Ribs?
Evidence.
The pocket clock from the Suicide in the Shades?
I wanted something to remember him by.
The money in the petty cash box?
Mislaid by someone.
Misappropriated by you.
I never misanthropated anything.
I just want to understand why it was that you could get away with all your petty theft, and I couldn't get away with one act of weakness.
Well, you see,
Just say it, Nobby. I'm not gonna hold it against you.
Well, I reckon Mr. Vimes thinks that a bit of petty theft ain't something to get excited about. I ain't admitting anything, mark you. Nothing's ever been proved. Got compared to some of the stuff that goes on in this city. But someone who's taken a bribe, well, that's like allowing the rich to avoid justice.
That wasn't why I did it.
I know. But you know Vimes.
Yeah, I know Vimes all right. What's Vimes up to these days?
He got married.
Married? He was only ever married to his job.
Nah, straight up. He married into nobility.
Old Stoneface in the nobility. That'd drive him crazy.
Well, he's sort of nobility himself now.
What?
They made him commander of the watch. And we got a great new premises down on Pseudopolis Yard. They're full of paintings and vases and all sorts.
Full?
Well, maybe not as full as when we moved in, but pretty full.
I'll have to call round sometime.
Yeah, that'd be good. We got a lot more members in the watch these days. And we got a new dartboard.
Life in the fast lane, huh? Do you seriously think it's a good idea for me to call around? I mean, Vimes isn't gonna like it.
Whatever you may think about him, he's loyal to his job. I can't say he'll welcome you with open arms, but he won't stop you.
Do you know anything about a man named Mundy?
I'm not getting drawn into anything while I'm off duty. Wait till I'm back at the yard.
What do you know about...
I'm not getting drawn. Wait.
Okay.
Can't this wait till I'm off?
Tempting as it was, I decided not to start attacking people with the crowbar.
Oh, go on. All right.
I'll catch you later, Nobby. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
What's that supposed to mean?
Well, don't get caught doing anything I wouldn't do.
Yeah, it does that. It hasn't quite settled in yet. I got it all cut off because it was just too bloody hot with all that hair. It can't be stopped. So you call it a spring onion? A pianist.
I decided not to disturb Samael while he was working.
Oh, thanks, Tino.
The pianist, Samael, was one of Cafe. Not only was he a first-rate musician, but there was something about him that made you think it'd be a bad idea to start any trouble. My old friend Nobby from the Watch. I hadn't spoken to him in ages.
I just realised that there's dynamic shadows going on in this. On the player character. And some and a little bit of self-lighting. I think a lot of these are baked in, but there's a little bit of self-shadowing going on. Coal. What?
The captain of the Milka, Captain Jenkins, didn't seem to be a very happy man.
No, well, let's bug him.
Are you Captain Jenkins?
That depends on who's asking.
Don't play games. I'm just after a few answers.
That song really put you in a bad mood, didn't it?
If you're trying to get me angry, it's working.
No need to get upset. You need to drink more and think less.
If I drank any more than I do now, I'd never think again.
That's the ticket.
So, you're the captain of the Milka.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately?
Ordinarily, I'd be happy.
Oh, I need to finish.
Fine shit like the Milka. But after this last voyage, I'm thinking of taking up farming.
Tough journey?
I don't want to talk about it.
Well, I thoroughly enjoyed half an hour of that. I think that's going to be the next pickup for the stream. To be honest, there's no objections. We've done a shooty thinky Deus Ex-y little polka dot bikini. So we'll do a thinky pointy clicky screen searchy moon logicy Discworld next. Yeah. And then if it sucks, we'll stop playing. Yeah. I mean, it was more thinky than 14-year-old me could handle. I treat it like a linear game and didn't realize that my actions changed things and just stormed ahead, shooting everybody all the time. So, you know. Anyway, thanks for watching, everyone. What time are you streaming? Mush. Mushy mush. I'm gonna put the thing on. Hold on a second. Not for another hour. Okay, fair enough. Well, let's have a little looky see. Who is online? My trail's playing Goodbye Deponia. Okay, not that many people. Let's have a little browse in the old retro category. Oh, burgers. Yum, yum, yum. Retro category is so very console-y these days. Oh no, my bones! Oh yeah, well, Sakura. I follow Sakura. Oh wait, what? I'm not following Sakura? I'm sure I am. I was. I blame Sam. They're playing Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. I'm surprised more people aren't playing Doom. I suppose it'd be in the Doom category, wouldn't it? Ooh, there's a new sort by. Sort by recently started. No, come on, that's 18 years ago. That's fine. It's not bullshit. God, people have been calling Nintendo 64 retro gaming since like the PS2 came out. I mean, I'm sure I've played newer games in on my streams in retro. Anyway, go be nice. Sakura, they're playing Indiana Jones and the Infernal Machine. They have a voice disability, so they use text to speech. Yeah, just whatever. Just lurk or go watch something else. I don't give a shit. It's Twitch. I need to go make dinner now. Bye. Thanks for watching and thanks for all of the nice things and stuff. Yep.